believe there's an icon. If you hover your mouse towards the lower portion of your screen, and it will have a hand, and it says raise your hand. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay, you do not need to turn your camera on to use that feature, I don't believe.
Okay, thank you.
You want to give it a quick try right now? You want to hit it and see if we can see it?
I think only Hillary will be able to see it, right? So you'll have to be monitoring that.
Yeah, I don't see it, but I don't want to stop the proceedings. Give me a few minutes and I'll work through it.
And if you can't, what I'll do is once I call for questions from the council, I'll just announce and go to you and see if you have any. You can say yes or no verbally.
Okay, actually, I do see the hand raise, and probably Hillary would be the one who could see that. So now I do see it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
You see it?
Would you like to test that really quickly? If you go ahead and press it, I can confirm I see it on my side. Excellent. Councilmember Tripp has raised her hand. Thank you.
Okay, we have a system ready to go. Okay, great.
Thank you.
So now let's, I'd like to have a motion to adopt today's agenda.
Move adoption of the agenda.
Can we get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we do that, do we have any public comment on today's agenda? We have public comment. We see somebody coming forward.
Thank you, Alan Tenscher. I want to make you aware of two structural shifts in our local wine economy that should be on our screen.
Do you want to wait for public comment?
I thought this was public comment.
No, it was
Non-agenda public comment.
Yeah.
If this is a comment on the budget, then you can.
For adopting.
It's a very general comment on the budget, so if you think there's a more appropriate time, I'm happy to wait until then. It's talking about the general wine economy rather than Yountville's specific budget. So whatever works best for you.
Let's go ahead. Go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
So anyway, about 6 weeks ago, some a luminary in the wine industry that some of you may know, Ted Hall, started publishing thought-provoking, data-driven opinion pieces, not opinion pieces, but thought pieces that reflect on our economy and what's happening in our wine industry today. And I wanted to share them with you because I think it's relevant as we think about our budget, because our budget is a function of the economy. And some of his thoughts, I think, are quite germane. Anyway, his findings point to a significant mismatch between built capacity and actual demand. Napa Valley wineries have created room for 16 to 18 million tasting events, while realistic demand is closer to 10.5 million. Outside the top 10 destination wineries, 500 wineries in our valley are operating between 20 and 40% of utilization, a level that is not economically sustainable. Roughly 40% of all tasting capacity is now in urban tasting rooms. So when I was in the wine business, we thought all tastings happened at wineries, but that's a fundamental shift. We're lucky in a way we have urban tasting rooms here, but the majority of the action is in Napa. Visitor volume in Napa Valley has essentially been flat for a decade. But over that same time, the mix has shifted by about 10 percentage points toward day trippers. That has implications on the economic model that we have here in Yountville. Among the 400 Napa Valley Vintner members producing under 10,000 cases, 100 to 170 of these member wineries may not be viable under current economic conditions. The region likely needs to work through 35 to 40 winery exits, mergers, or restructurings per year for the next 3 years. So we're in a very dynamic time in the economy which we are a part of. And I just wanted to help share these thoughts with you. This is not the end of Napa Valley, but it does mean fewer players competing for the same narrow luxury position and a period of consolidation that will reshape the tourism landscape. The second thing is the shift in visitor behavior, especially the rise of day trippers, and it has implications for Yountville. If the balance continues to move away from overnight stays, our hotels will feel it, and by extension, so will our TOT revenue, which is the backbone of our budget. My goal here is simply to ensure this broader economic context is part of your deliberations. These trends are real, they are data-driven, and they will influence the assumptions we rely on for our long-term fiscal planning.
Thank you very much. So seeing no more public comment about passing our agenda, would you like should we use button votes, or with Hillary voting remotely, how would you like to do that?
Let's do a voice vote.
Okay, you can do voice vote then. Are you going to call for the vote?
Councilmember McKee?
Yes.
Councilmember Knight?
Here? Yes.
Vice Mayor Reeves? Mayor Moeller?
Yes.
Councilmember Tripp?
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And now we'll take public comment on matters that are not listed on today's agenda. Seeing nobody coming forward, I will move on to the budget workshop. So we are going to start with item A, the first of 9. And just to remind everybody, council will be asking questions after this item, and then we'll move on to the next item. So with that, the town council section is up first. Who's going to be talking about that?
Well, I'm going to kick.
Manager.
Yeah, this is Brad Ralston, town manager. I am going to kick off the overall presentation and hand it over to Celia King, our administrative services director. I did want to make note that we have an absence in Samantha Holland, so in terms of our park and rec director. So we do have Garrett and Taylor here to answer any questions when we get to the park and rec budget. We also have Kyle Batista, our financial analyst, and I think you all know, but I need to say out loud that Celia and Kyle, have been working extremely hard for the past 2 months to get to this point. So there's a lot of work that goes to get us to the first workshop. If you can go to the next, who's controlling the clicker here? If you can go to the next slide, you'll see, well, you will see when we get to the next slide that we're proposing 2 budget workshops. And so I'll talk through that. But I also want to kind of talk through the overall process, which I believe it was almost 3 years ago, soon after I've been here almost 3 years, and we shifted to a biennial or a 2-year budget. What this gives us the opportunity to do is to alternate between budget years and strategic planning years. We're always budgeting. I want to make that point very clear, and I do think we're always looking at the numbers. So even though we go through the process we are starting today every 2 years, we do have what we refer to as the mid-year and the off-cycle. So the mid-year is in the middle of a fiscal year. The off-cycle is during a strategic planning year. We don't go through the same workshops that we're doing here, but we will always be reviewing and revising the budget to make sure we're considering, shifts in economic conditions, changes in anything that might affect the budget, and typically, obviously on the expenditure side, we're looking at staffing, some of which we provide directly and some of which we contract out. So at some point, we'll get to public safety. I know that we've asked the sheriff and the fire department to be here. I think we kind of assumed we would get there around 11 o'clock. The other thing I wanted to mention specifically about today is, depending on the questions and any commentary, we could finish at noon. If we don't, then we intend to take a break at noon. And Mayor, you can decide when we want to come back, whether it be 12:30 or 1 o'clock. We feel confident we'll be able to finish by 2 o'clock. But if we can finish by noon, great. Everyone can take a break. And as you said, 2:30, we'll come back and raise the Earth Day flag. So that's the 2-year cycle. In terms of Budget Workshop 1, here we are today. We're going to be focused on the general fund and other non-capital funds. Now, most people know, but I'll just explain for those that are new to this. The general fund, which is roughly half of our overall budget, is the most flexible funding source, which we use for things like police and fire and most of the stuff that you will see today. You will see special funds. We have custodial funds. We're not going to get into enterprise funds, which are the utility funds, until the next budget workshop. So everything you see today will sort of be on the non-capital and really focused on operations. This is kind of the key. And we are organizing them by department and division. So we'll go through a process. Celia will lead it all, but each department head, when it's their turn, will present their budget. And anything that doesn't fall in a department, Celia and I will tag team that. The second workshop, scheduled for this time, 10 a.m. on April 21st, will get into capital, or CIP, Capital Improvement Program, and also utilities. And I think what I want to preview, which is really important, and CIP is always something where we talk kind of in more detail, and we'll have updates on projects. You know, we're not finished with all the CIP stuff that had been budgeted last time. So we'll give you updates based on where we're at with certain projects. But I think the other important point to note is that we are looking next year in 27 at a rate study related to our utilities, our water and our wastewater rates. So it's very critical to think about your CIP this year in a way that controls rates as much as possible. And I think John has been working really hard on that with Rosalba. So you won't see that today, but you will see that on the 21st. And I just want to alert all the people that worry about rates going up that we need to have a very important conversation this year. Because if we can fund projects within this CIP through the 2-year budget, then guess what? They're not part of the rate study, and they're not considered as rates are analyzed moving forward. So I just want that to be front of mind as we think about next. And then, obviously long-term forecasts and next steps. That's always a question of projecting revenues. Our speaker today talked about the wine industry. Obviously, we're dedicated, or I should say we are, somewhat reliant on TOT and hospitality revenue. We all know this. These are things that are sometimes hard to project, but we do the analysis and do our best to project revenues, and we adapt accordingly. Next slide. So why do we need a budget? I think the answer is obvious, but we're committed to fiscal responsibility. I think when you look at our budget, not only is it well prepared, but I think it's compared to many municipalities throughout the state, we're in a very, very good position related to the minimum reserve targets that you established a few years ago, generally where we're at with staffing, et cetera. We need to keep focusing. Obviously we use this word focus I'll talk about, but in terms of high functioning, we are a high functioning city, not only because we have strong financials, but also because of our staffing. And I think the biggest point I want to make in the middle is people deliver services. We have a committed staff. We're fully staffed with the exception of one position, which is a very significant accomplishment. And I think sometimes goes unnoticed, but I think you can look at cities up and down this state and everyone's trying to hire people. And we are in a very, very enviable spot. And I think we do contract law enforcement and fire, which is one of the biggest hiring challenges. So I'm thankful to not have to address that. But our partnerships with the county sheriff and the county fire through CAL FIRE, are critical. And we do also contract for certain building and planning services, inspections and plan reviews, et cetera. And then finally, for me, town council priorities. We always need to bring this back to our strategic plan. And I think we did, the DOT exercise, which got into CIP and other projects. I think there's a lot to that. So I don't want to reiterate everything that we've committed to. But if you go to the next slide, we established a new mission statement. We had to have vision statement. But we shifted this idea to Yountville Focus. And FOCUS is an acronym. Forward-thinking, open-minded, committed to Yountville, unified to deliver sustainable results. And I always say when we get to the S in the sustainable word, it means two things. It means environmentally sustainable and economically sustainable. And those are intertwined to some degree, but I think as we get into CIP and we get into conversations about how do we have a sustainable budget economically, we always need to come back to the hardworking people that not only put the budget together but implement it each year. So at that point, I will shift it to Celia that will get into details for today.
Thank you, Town Manager. Good afternoon, or good morning, Mayor and Town Council. So again, today the outline for the workshop will be a quick overview of some general fund information and a view of the town-wide organizational chart. And then the departments and their relative divisions will be presented by the department heads. Of course, Parks and Recreation, I think, will be tag teamed by Brad and myself, and Garrett and Taylor are here to help with any questions. Then we'll have closing comments and next steps. The next two budget-related meetings will be the April 21st Budget Workshop number 2 at 10 a.m. in the council chambers. And we are hoping for a May 5th budget adoption at the regular meeting at 3 p.m. And now we'll look at quite a few numbers. So this is very small, but this is a summary of the total expenditure budget. And in this workshop, we won't be looking at all of these numbers, but focused on general fund and special revenue funds. $37.4 million is the current total proposed budget. That is up about $2.7 million from the current fiscal year budget. And for the current fiscal year, look at the revenues and where we're at. Revenue for TOT is about $5.7 million, which is 65% of the budgeted number for fiscal year 25-26. Sales tax revenues are projected to reach their budget estimate. Same with property tax, and we do have a sufficient fund balance in the general fund reserve of $5.6 million, and also a healthy balance available in the budget contingency. And this number, this $357,000, is reflective of a pending approval of usage of this contingency, which is on the agenda for the 3 p.m. meeting today. So we did include that in this balance. And we are estimating ending this fiscal year with an unassigned fund balance of about $98,000. So for our predictions for the upcoming fiscal years for the three major revenues in the general fund, TOT assumes a 2% growth over the current fiscal year budget for the 26-27 budget, and then an additional 2% increase for the following year. Sales tax is projected by HDL Companies, which is the town's sales tax auditor. So they provided numbers to us in January. And then property tax assumes the 2% increase that is the maximum allowed by the state. That is typically what we use each budget year. And then the following year, again, another 2% increase. And I did reach out to the Napa County auditor just to see if she agreed with the assumption, and she said that that was a safe projection at this time. So these are some variables that will be impacting each department. So we like to have a central slide here where we can talk about these items so that each department doesn't have to go over it when dealing with their numbers. So total PERS costs are $1,075,000, and that includes both the normal payroll contributions that are sent to CalPERS with each payroll, and the PERS UAAL, which is the unfunded actuarially accrued liability. And that is an amount that the town pays to CalPERS each July. And so we do pay that annually rather than in installments, because CalPERS does offer a 3% discount if you pay annually. And so we do take advantage of that savings. A 3.1% COLA, or cost of living adjustment, is included, and that is based on the current MOU with the bargaining units. 7% increase is assumed for health insurance premiums, and 3% of projected salaries will be charged to each department, and that is for the contribution to the Pension Rate Stabilization Plan Trust. So that is to cover future pension obligations, and that is a reduction from the 5% in the current fiscal year. 2% similarly will be charged to departments for the other post-employment benefits or OPEB trust contribution, and that is the same amount that we are contributing in the current fiscal year, the 2%. And then this fiscal year will be the first year that we implement a cost allocation plan. So we worked with a consultant to help us determine what funding needs would be appropriate for the fleet repair and replacement and the facility repair and replacement funds. Those were previously funded by discretionary contributions. So at the end of budgeting, we would kind of see what was left over and what town council thought was appropriate to put into those funds. And this streamlines it a bit so that it's a known factor every budgeting year so that it's worked into the budget, the operating budget, and continually receives funding.
And I just to add, the cost allocation plan is actually formulaic, so it isn't something that we feel like we have to sort of make a policy decision because, funding your fleet and funding your facilities, it's the basic, obviously get ahead of it or it costs more later, and I think it's really important. We went through this. I think this will be updated as we get into more of like a facility, what are we calling it, John? I'm not calling it an audit, but a facility, analysis, I guess. This gets into roofs and things that have a useful life. We're looking at like the wood over at the community center, which you see starts to, how do we make sure that we have a preventative maintenance schedule that is funded through this mechanism, which again is formulaic. So first time we've done this, I think it's very sort of prudent management. But I do think it needs to evolve as we understand. Fleet is a little easier because, cars, you can look at them or pieces of equipment, generally useful life, you see mileage. Buildings are much harder. Buildings are very, obviously dependent on the use and systems that are integrated into those. So more to come on that, but I just want to again acknowledge Celia and Kyle. I sort of threw them a curveball, and this is our first swing at it.
Mayor, excuse me, when there's a chart up here, is it okay if I could ask a question about this? I know you asked at the end, but when the charts go away, it's harder to frame the question. So
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Cecilia, for your report, and I appreciate it. We appreciate it every year. So on the previous report, you talked about a reduction in the PRSP trust contribution from 5 to 3, and I was for full-time salaries. I was just curious about why the decision to reduce the contribution to that trust fund.
It was really based on general fund capacity so that we could propose continued contribution to the trust, but also accommodate other expenditures in the general fund that are high priority, such as public safety and other operating costs.
In general, we keep a pretty healthy trust fund, which must exceed anything that, if even cities have them,
Yes.
that what we carry. So we're just reducing our contribution to it a little bit this year.
Correct.
Even though we have, I assume at some point we'll see those. You have those funds in our reports that talk about the size of them and the health of them. So
yeah.
Yes.
When you're looking or thinking about the funding of your pension plan, you really have to put a number of funds together, including, I guess the Section 115 trust, which is what this is. So it's partly, I think that's part of the story in terms of we reduced it because of, general fund need. But I think the other half of the story, which is something we're leery about, but clearly the last 2 years, the market has performed very well. Therefore, the CalPERS discount rate is how they back into it. They've been trying to, as sort of get to a place where pensions are sustainable for at least 20 years. When the market is good, the funding rate goes up considerably. So when you look at full funding of our pension plan, I don't know where we rank in the state, but we rank very high. When you put all of those numbers together, and CalPERS having good returns, it's the largest, I think, pension fund in the world, I think I understand. It's a huge factor. So everything's looking good on that front. So we can always use that, I guess you call it the PRSP fund. I always call it the 115 trust. But I think it's generally another bucket that is available, for us to smooth out any, bumps or hills when we get into. The other thing that the town has going for it, which is another critical thing, we are not a growing town. We can talk about small projects, but ultimately, I feel like we're fully staffed, and I think we're at a very good place with staffing levels. So I think what happens sometimes is staffing levels move around, so does your pension number, right? Because if people retire, and you don't have enough people paying into the system, you start to get into a losing proposition. So I think we're in a very sort of solid place. But all of those factors matter, and that's what led us to feeling comfortable with that decision.
Thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Tripp has raised her hand.
Yes, Councilmember Tripp.
Okay, let me unmute. So I wanted to ask a couple questions on the CalPERS trust funding. I do understand, I think I understand, we have latitude as to how much money we want to put into that trust. So that's my first question. Do we have latitude? And I'm pretty sure what you said is we do. The second question is, but please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure in past years, Celia said the basic number comes from CalPERS. It's not a number we develop through any independent actuarial analysis. So the number comes from CalPERS. So then I had a couple of other questions, but maybe I'll just stop with those two questions.
So you are correct, Councilmember Tripp, that the contribution to the trust, that the council does have latitude there to increase it or decrease it as they desire. I think, if I understand you correctly, it's the PERS UAAL cost that is provided by CalPERS?
Okay, so this cost is not the UAAL?
The cost at the top of this screen where it says PERS UAAL of $575,000, that is what is provided by PERS. And then down below the bullet point with the 3% of projected salaries going into the PRSP trust, that is decided by the town council, the town.
Maybe it'd be useful just to give a short background on those two trusts for everybody.
Can I just finish my questions, Mayor? And then I'll cede the floor if I could just finish my questions. Okay, and once the money goes into the trust, we do have discretion as to how much goes in. But once it goes in, it's in. That's the whole point of the trust, right?
Correct, and it can only be used for pension-related costs.
Right, okay. And so the smoothing out that you're talking about, or I forget exactly how it was put, putting less in this year was to basically help, I forget the exact language you used, but to help the general fund. I'm assuming that will help our budget picture, or there's some reason we want to put less in there. Did I get that correct?
Yes, I think I said it was based on budget capacity or general fund capacity so that we could accommodate other operating costs. Is that what I said?
Okay. And then I wanted to just move to a couple other questions. And then, of course, the mayor should go, whatever more history is helpful is great. So this is not, so the post-employment benefit trust, which is almost, I think, exclusively retiree medical health care, where does that appear on your screen, or has that yet appeared?
That is on this screen. It's the bullet point that starts with 2%.
Okay.
2%.
Okay. And that's the OPEB. And that is exclusively money we put aside in multi-millions to cover post-retirement benefits, which is medical. And I just wanted to say, I understand we're not hiring a lot more people, but but we do have people retiring, and depending on the formula, they will have a lifetime payment of their retiree health. So those costs do continue to increase, and we do have, and this, for what it's both good and bad, but you can't deny we have an aging workforce, and it's one of the reasons maybe people come to Yountville. That's never been clear to me. But I also wanted to ask on that trust. My understanding is, Celia, that is an actuarially developed number that you work with an actuary to develop what that trust funding should look like, and then what the rate, it gets translated into a payroll rate. Is that correct, that that is a number the town develops?
Yes, the 2% is a number that the town develops. The OPEB trust does, that we do have an actuary create a valuation. We're actually in the middle of starting a new valuation as of January 2026. They do determine a contribution amount. It is a flat amount. Our 2% of projected salaries does not always equate that amount. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's slightly less, but we are at a good funded status, and so we are able to have a little bit of leeway with that actuarially determined contribution that they provide.
And it was my understanding, at least as of last year, we were close to, pretty close to 100% funded, according to the actuary. In other words, what the actuary was saying is, if we look at your trust and we look at who you have on board and who we're paying now out benefits, I think there's like 30 employees or something that right now are getting retiree health. We're pretty close to funded. Is that correct statement?
That is correct. We did at the June 2025 actuarial report, we did have an asset. So we were at, I think, 102% funded. That number, of course, will change because that was including staff at the time of the calculation, and we do have different staffing at this time. We do have another position that wasn't included in that. So that funding amount will change as of June 2026, but as of last year, you are correct. We did have an asset, and that information is on the page, the budget page for the OPEB trust, and we will talk about that a little bit more in future slides if you'd like to revisit.
Yeah, I would, because I do think some direction on no point in overfunding that trust in general, and I think you'd agree with that. Okay, and then my final question, and if this appears somewhere else, you can let me know. It definitely, when I was in a public entity like UC, and even in a nonprofit entity, we like Dignity Health, if we went to hire somebody, the budget department, finance wanted to know what salary we're going to pay, and then they had what they call a benefit load, which included all the things that we're talking about here. And it was sometimes surprisingly quite high, 25, 30%. It included retiree health, medical, because that is what it costs the organization, not just the salary. Do we have a benefit load calculation? Maybe that's not the right word, or maybe that's not the word you use, but the general idea being you're paying somebody $100,000. What does it actually cost the organization at the end of the day when you make all the contributions to the trusts and you make provision for their future retiree health and their current health? And you get my picture. Is that a number here somewhere, Celia?
It's not a number here in what is presented today. It is, of course, included in all the information because all the employee salaries and benefits are split across their distributions, but it is not in a central area, if that's what you're asking.
You know, that would be a really helpful number. I know we're not planning to hire more people, but it's a very fundamental number that's used in both nonprofit and I think governmental agent, maybe not governmental, but it's a good number. So I would like to make the polite request that we have that number. And so that is the last thing I wanted to ask, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will make a note of your request.
Yeah, and I would just note that we refer to it in government as total compensation versus base salary. So total comp is all we have to do is generally add all the personnel costs, I guess, subtract what would be the base salaries, and then you'll have the benefit portion of that. So that's definitely something we can provide. And I don't want to get into a deep explanation, Mayor, I think, of pensions. And I think what I explained earlier to me sufficed in terms of all these buckets that sort of apply to the same formula, which ultimately gets into your funding levels. So as was pointed out, you know, PERS, you get normal payroll contributions. You then have an unfunded liability, which is funded. Those numbers come from PERS. You then have other things that help you
my,
through
my
this.
point that these are discretionary things that the previous councils put in place, and not very many municipalities have the luxury of actually having these and funding these.
Yeah, no, we're at really good funding levels. We can kind of show you how we compare. But there are certain things that are discretionary, certain things that are not. And I think the other thing that is not discretionary has been pension reform. So there's 3 levels of CalPERS. There's Classic, there's the PEPRAs. And so these are all really complicated sort of things that have all sort of helped what was, at one time, really an overwhelming problem. I don't want to say it's solved, but it's a much better place than it was 20 years ago, for sure. So I think if we can move on, we do get to, again, slides in the future that, and I also want to note, just for, we can pause and answer questions at any time, but we do have a section. I think the first section is just fairly long because it's everything except the departments, but we will have a slide that will come up that will say questions. Feel free to interrupt us and ask questions, but as we work through the presentation, we can go back to slides if you want to reference slides when we get to the questions.
Okay, so I'll just move through a couple more summary slides real quickly. Here you see the general fund at a very high level, starting with the beginning fund balance, and then in the 2 proposed budget years, you see our expected revenues, our projected expenditures, and then total transfers out to other funds. And in the yellow areas, you will see the balanced budget. A little zoom in of the transfers out, and you can see the general fund continues to support Housing Opportunity Fund 70 and Capital Projects Fund 50. And of note, in that 27-28 year, the 300-some thousand for debt service does fall off for the 2020 direct placement financing, as that will be paid off in June of 2027. And then another zoom in to the fund balance allocations. So in the 27 and 28 proposed budget years, there are a few changes. The leave buyout has been reduced, and that is based on a calculation of what could be needed in future years for leave buyout. And also the assigned for purchase order has been reduced slightly. And small unassigned fund balances projected in those years. And then a quick touch on what we use if there is a potential emergency, how we can find other funding. We do have the budget and legal contingencies allocation of general fund balance, and that is set by policy at 5% of general fund expenditures, so over $700,000 in each fiscal year. And then the general fund reserve, which was a change that council made back in 2024, I believe, combining the emergency reserve and the unanticipated tourism revenue deficits fund into one place to be used for both emergency uses or contingency uses. And that is set at a minimum of 35% of general fund expenditures, and both years is exceeding that amount. Are exceeding that amount. And then here is a small snapshot. There is, I think in your binders, a larger printed copy of this, of the town organizational chart. And there isn't a question slide after this before we jump into town manager departments. So if there's anything you'd like to ask now.
I think those are fairly quick, so why don't we just run through those, Celia, and then
Okay.
we'll get to questions. And again, we can come back to any slide. When we say town manager departments, by the way, obviously all of the departments fall under my supervision, but I think there's certain departments, and we can, we'll come back to all the big ones, which you see here, the 5 departments. But if you go to the next slide, you'll see there's non-departmental. This is where things that don't fit in other areas like the animal shelter or executive coaching, on-call, certain on-call consultants. There's also a smaller contingency that is at my discretion for things that might be unanticipated. And then you get into, the next slide please, the actual office where my salary is paid plus additional expenditures related, to the work that I do. The next slide then is Gary Bell's costs, and as most people know, we contract with Colantuno Highsmith Watley. a law firm that provides Gary to us as needed, as well as another, I don't know how many associates and lawyers you have now, but many specialists that provide, great service to the town. And in all these cases, you'll see, and I know that Celia is going to get to this, this is an overall theme of the budget. Most things are, in essence, rolling over. There are certain cases where we show insights of where things may go up a little bit. I do know that the rates in the firm go up occasionally. This happened recently. But for the most part, we will try to point out anything that was significantly different. But when you're looking at the overall budget picture, most of what you see are what we're calling rollover, which generally just considers cost of living, other things that might be factors in terms of inflation, inflationary costs, et cetera. So next slide. This is the OPEB slide that we've talked about this now, but we can kind of come back to this. You will see that obviously there's some increases based on the factors we discussed earlier. And then we talked a lot about PERS. So here's the PERS detail slide. Next slide. And then we have the buckets, and this is where we showed, again, that we're exceeding our minimum target 35%. This will continue we don't at least plan to contribute any more into that bucket, but we can. This gets into a lot of times what the town has fortunately been accustomed to is what we call an unassigned fund balance. This means after the audit is complete, we look at the actual numbers relative to budget numbers, and if there's either better revenues or less expenditures, then we create an unassigned fund balance, and then we present it to the council. The council gets to decide, do we put it into reserves? Do we put it into projects? This is something you all have been through a number of times, but it typically trails the audit. I think that's the last slide. So now we can go back to any of those and answer any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember McKee.
So regarding the OPEB trust funding activity, Celia, within the expenses, are those just administrative fees annually?
The expenses are for retiree medical premiums.
The premiums, okay. Thank you. So that is, and the distributions, what purpose are the distributions applied for? Are those to the actual retirees?
The distributions for the contribution to the trust?
Yes, I would assume that's the column after expenses. We've got the distributions rolling annually. So
Sorry.
when we distribute from the trust,
Can we let everybody know what page we're talking about?
I know there's no page numbers.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry about that.
We are
So
under
it
the
is
tab
on-
titled Town Manager Department.
And
I
we're
think
in
it's-
OPEB on the second page.
So there, in the revenues and transfers, there's the OPEB allocation. Is that the number you're referring to?
No, I am in the bottom slide. That's very fine print. It says PARS GASB 45
Trust
program,
page.
trust fund activity.
Oh,
It's the earnings,
yes.
expenses, and then distribution.
Distributions are the draws that we take from the trust. So that is the town reimbursing itself for paying those retiree medical
Okay.
premiums.
Okay, I was wondering where those. And then within the earnings, are the negative numbers because of
Negative earnings.
negative earnings with the market fluctuations?
Correct. And going back to your question about expenses, in this chart, those are expenses for administration of the trust.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I thought. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Tripp.
Councilmember Tripp? You are muted.
Let's go on to Councilmember Knight.
Now I'm back. I'm sure you're all glad I'm back. very prudent of the town to set up this trust so that should something weird happen at the town level and there not be money available, this money has been set aside for the retirees. And that shows a high level of fiscal prudence, because sometimes towns do reach a point where they can no longer fund things. But having put this in the trust, it will be there. So that was, I applaud that. My question is, so the balance of the trust is 6.7 million. Have I got that right?
7.3 million.
7.3. I'm looking at the fund balance OPEB, Fund 02. I was just looking at the ending fund balance. Maybe I got it wrong.
That is prior year trust activity.
Okay.
If you look at the previous page in the budget insights, the balance of the OPEB trust as of February 2026 is 7.3 million.
Okay. And do you know, Celia, and I know there's complexities to this, but that money's been set aside currently, and as Council Member McKee pointed out, we pay medical premiums with it for the retirees. Currently, I believe there's, or at least there was, about 35 people or 30 who had hit that point. So this trust will fund their retirement benefits. Do you know how many people are covered by this 7 million?
Not off the top of my head, no, but we could look that up.
Would you guess it's somewhere between 30 and 40 people?
Yes, at least.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Actually, I don't know that I would want to guess. I think that Kyle is right behind me and he's looking up that number, so we could come back with that number in just a moment.
And there is a number I know, and this would be people who are now retired, and that trust would be funding source should something untoward happen to the town. But I think it's relevant just to look at the number, and while we're in the budget cycle, look at the number and in the trust, and also our continuing funding of the trust and the number of people that are covered. Thank you.
Okay. And just a correction while we're on this point, I think I said previously that we were at 102% funded. It's actually 100.5%. So that's an asset.
And then I would just ask you, Celia, is there, and also the town manager, is that something the town council would give direction on when to stop funding that trust? Or, I mean, we're not seriously overfunded, but or is that kind of I don't want to say a Gatsby thing, but a kind of a well-known standard for towns that you stop at a certain point? So that, I think you get what I'm saying. A best practice, that's the word I'm looking for.
Correct. It is at the town council discretion. It is a best practice, and it is recommended by the actuaries to continue pre-funding. That helps us in our valuation reports.
But if we were to get to a point that we were well over 100% funding, in other words, the actuary is saying you have all the money you'll need at 100% level, okay, I just want to make the point that might be something we don't want to continue to fund. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. And maybe you could give us that other number. Thank you.
Okay. Kyle is looking that up. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. This is just a general question when we're looking at all these retirement trusts and funds, that some of them, as the mayor had mentioned, were this council was wisely considering in the past created these funds to put money aside that many other cities could not afford to do. But in that time or period where PERS was struggling with funding, cities and the town as well had conversations and created tiers in terms of with employees. I wonder if you could talk about that when we talk about these trust funds and what we pay out, depending on the with the staff where we have employees at different tiers. Then there's different benefits for those that are in each of the tiers, and does that also include the OPEB fund, where in terms of medical that depending on when you were employed by the town and what tier you entered, we have some employees that, that have retired and were here when I was here 30 years ago that receive benefits that current employees now entering the workplace here will not over their retirement. Could we just generally review that?
Yeah, I will tell you, first of all, OPEB is not related to CalPERS. OPEB is other post-employment benefits, so those are separate. So,
but in terms of the OPEB, though, we still have employees at different tiers of, and would OPEB, would those benefits in OPEB be the same depending, no matter what tier the employee, when they came to work here?
As I understand it, we don't have tiers for OPEB. Okay. You have to have how many years of service? 20?
20 years in CalPERS and 5 years with the town. And there are two different levels. There are some prior to July
right.
2011 is 100% coverage, and then after that date is 90% coverage.
Yeah, 2011 there was a change.
And I do remember also in that previous tier that it not only went to the employee, but also to their children, which we no longer do. So there were some changes in addition to that amount.
Yeah, that's true.
That made
there was some
money.
Yeah, that is true. So that is, a town benefit controlled by the town, funded by the town. The goal is always to fund it at 100%, but because of returns sometimes being better, this is where you get into overfunding. We always try to balance it back, just so you know. We always try to stay in that. We want to be at 100. We're not going to let it grow, and we have a control over that. CalPERS is much more complicated, right? Because there was a series of reforms that were statewide, and you had I can never remember what the middle one was called, but I know that there was classics, there are PEPRAs, and there's something in the middle where the transition was happening. So there's generally 3 levels of CalPERS retirements, and this gets into the formula. So when we talk about the formula, we're talking about the town is at 2% at 55 for classics. I think 2% at 62.5. I'm trying to remember. The point is that all employees that pay into CalPERS when they retire get paid out at a formula, and that formula, when we say 2% at 60, let's just say 2% at 60 to help with the math. If you have 30 years of service, then you are going to get 60% of your highest salary because that's 3 times 20, 3%, 20 years of service, okay? And you can get that when you turn 60. If it's 2% at 55, it's the same formula, but you can start receiving that when you're 55. So a lot of employees like me, I have different percentages from where I came and where I'm here. So CalPERS blends that all together. This is where we get our payroll contribution, which comes out of all of our paychecks that we pay in. And then you get the UAL, which is the unfunded liability, which the town has to fund. So that's how it works. There's really very little discretion the town has, and other than the employee-employer contribution. So you can start talking about, and here the employees fully fund their contribution. I'm trying to remember.
They pay the employee portion.
Pay the employee portion. In some cities, the municipality actually pays a portion of the employee. You do have discretion in terms of how you can fund that, what's coming out of the payroll tax versus what the town is funding. So that's really your discretion, but you can't play with the formulas. Those are set by state policy.
I also like to kind of remind the council, too, that since these are trusts, they are invested. So we invest in stocks and bonds. And so we've had some great years recently. But, you can have years where these stocks and bonds actually go down, and they can go down quite a bit. So just kind of keep that in mind, that even though, we're at 102, if there's a really bad year, these numbers change and percentages change. So.
Yeah. The last thing to say about PERS or CalPERS is what I call the Section 115 trust. You call it the PR.
They're both a Section 115 trust, so we distinguish them between PRSP and OPEB.
Okay. So Section 115 trust is what we talked about earlier. You put money in a lockbox. You can't take it out unless it's for pension costs. So we do have a 115 trust that supports paying CalPERS. And so the actuary and others look at this each year, and we try to balance this based on the current state. And, there's always, again, based on rates of return, number of employees, there's variables that go into that calculation. And I think, as I've stated earlier, the town is in a very strong position.
Councilmember Tripp.
Can you, I think you could hear me. So I just wanted to say on the OPEB benefit, and maybe others can clarify more, but this is the retiree health. I don't know all the history about kids and such, but right now it does cover the employee and their spouse, regardless of their age. So if the employee fits the window, and they have to do 20 years total service, it doesn't all have to be at Yountville, and then they have to do 5 years at Yountville, and then they have to be ready to retire from, and you guys could correct me, but they basically have to leave and say, I'm not going to be part of CalPERS anymore. So at that junction, the employee having served in CalPERS way and done 5 years at Yountville, so they've got 20 years total, 5 years in Yountville, they can retire. They and their spouse will have lifetime medical. It's extremely valuable, of course, if the employee has not yet hit Medicare age. So it's extremely valuable. And of course, having your spouse at any age receive lifetime medical care is incredibly valuable. And then surprisingly to me, because I'd heard a lot about, well, this is really a benefit just to bridge people to Medicare. When you look at what premiums we pay to CalPERS for our retirement, our retirees who are of medical age, or Medicare age, it's still pretty significant. It's like $800 to $1,000 a month. So even though they have access to Medicare as well, and I think, and Celia can, and I'm not sure the town pays 100%. Maybe it is more like 80%. But I have raised this in the past, and I think it's just worthwhile for all of us to think about that at budget time. And some entities offer this in some form or fashion, although for most large public entities have left retiree medical because it's just too expensive. It's too unpredictable in terms of what the costs will be, how long people will live, and have figured better ways or different ways to provide some compensation, but not put the budget so much front and center. So I do want to just say that. And it is a particularly interesting benefit because it's really designed not for younger employees. It's really designed to benefit people who come to Yountville and are within that 20-year of total government service that would have qualified them for through CalPERS. So it's really a benefit that would attract people to come to Yountville, with at least 15 years, do 5 years in Yountville, and then you and your spouse would qualify for that lifetime medical, regardless of your spouse's age, or I guess really your age. If you manage to work 20 years and you started at 20, you could probably get that at 40, I think. But I won't get into all the details. But it is always worth thinking about. And sometime down the road, and I probably said this last year, I would like the town to take a look at that benefit in light of the trend by other towns and cities, and in light of, as we all know, the growing expense of medical care and how this is a benefit that is very expensive, and we're covering people who could and hopefully will live a long time. But so I just raised this, and at some juncture, perhaps we could actually look at that in more detail. And that was the end of my comment. Thank you.
Okay, sounds like we're ready to move on to the next group or department, and that is Celia's department.
Administrative services. So here is the structure of our department. This is most of the front office staff, all of the front office staff, including finance and HR. And just to point out that each, as you've seen, each department will have these estimated and then proposed budget numbers at the top, and then the insights at the bottom, which are the major impacts to the budget. So most notably here in our contract services budget is a $50,000 contribution towards transitioning softwares for online forms. We currently use OpenGov, and we are looking into MCCI, which is part of the Laserfish software that we already use. So we're going to expand our usage of that. And that is for building permits, encroachment permits, all online permitting, licensing, and TOT payments. And then also along with that, we are looking to transition to a budgeting software, which is through Springbrook, which is our financial software, which will integrate better and automate some processes. Risk management is pretty much roll forward. This is where we have some allocations for paying any workers' compensation or liability claims. We did lower the amount for unemployment claims as we are focused on staff retention, so we are hopeful that that cost will be lowered in future years. This is just a small fund that is in the budget for historical purposes. It used to be an impact fee that is no longer collected, and there was a small balance of $32 that transferred into the general fund and closed. Upper Valley Disposal Service franchise fees is not really a special revenue. It is a general fund revenue, but it was carved out into a separate fund so that the expenditures associated could be better tracked. It is used for the annual cleanup day each year. It is going to be contributing to capital projects, $175,000 to capital projects, Fund 50 in each fiscal year, and it does accommodate the cost of the participation in the Regional Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. This number that's currently plugged is actually going to change, so I'm going to pass it over to Aaron. He does have a slide with a little more information about this.
Thank you, Celia. So yeah, talking about the Regional Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. So at their February 27th, 26th meeting, essentially, they laid out a budget that you just saw, that $86,000 number that was a little over or just under $11,000 for the regional share. And then that included $60,000 for an individual implementation plan that would be prepared by the county's consultant, Ascent. And then an additional $16,000 in county support. Well, when that budget was presented at the February Climate Action Committee meeting, there was some pushback and concern from Climate Action Committee members who felt that an individualized approach wasn't exactly probably the best approach given the regional mission and overarching intent of the RCAP. And so they stressed that they wanted a more of a regional implementation plan. So the county brought back a revised budget at their March meeting that was significantly different. So it bumped the regional share up to just over 13,000. And then the implementation plan, which is now our proportional share of a regional plan, went to $16,261. So that total now went from $87,725 to $29,833. So really well, I guess there's another thing I should say. So at that March meeting, they did also express interest in potentially contracting with a person named Linda Brown from SCS Global Services and Global Heat Reduction to actually analyze the heat reduction benefits of the actual implementation measures. So to see what the actual climate benefit would be. This could lead to additional costs that isn't built into that $29,833, but it could also be included in that. They're not really sure. So yeah, looking for direction on that, the budget amount that we should move forward with, and perhaps Vice Mayor Reeves wants to chime in on that.
Well, what I would say, first of all, long story short, is that we've over budgeted. We have two more slides in this section, and which Celia can go through real quick, and I think let's then come back and we can generally seek direction. We do have Councilmember Reeves and Councilmember Tripp that serve on this Regional Climate Action Committee. We can hear from everyone. Once we do, assuming we move forward based on the recommendation that's being made, Again, we can reduce the budget. That would come back to you on May 5th when we plan to present a budget for adoption, and then the council has decided. So if there's different, again, let's get through the next 2 slides and we can come back to that. If there's differing points of view, we can discuss that further.
Okay, the CAF's Certification and Training Fund is a $4 fee that we charge with each business license issuance. A portion is sent to the state, and a small amount, just about $2,000, is transferred into Fund 50 to support ADA projects. And then debt service. Of course, we are paying the 2017 lease revenue bonds per the amortization schedule, and the 2020 direct placement financing bond this upcoming fiscal year will be the final payment, as that will be paid off by June 2027. Questions?
Nope.
Okay, so we will move on to, I think the clerk is next, but we will make the lack of questions, we will assume that we're going to come back, right-size the budget as it relates to the I always want to call it the CAC, but it's the RCAP through the Climate Action Committee, and so that number will go down based on the recommendation. I will say that does free some money up, and if we want to talk about during CIP at the next workshop, I know there's ideas like electric vehicle charging and so on and so forth, so we can kind of get into that. That will free up what is approximately $50,000, which we can talk about through programs that are part of the implementation schedule, because that's a whole other conversation, right? Is what the Climate Action Committee is talking about implementation at a local level based on sort of the regional approach.
Right, and I think almost everyone at that meeting expressed the desire to put that money that was going to be charged into actual implementation plans. And I really am hopeful that the money for the heat study can be incorporated in the number they've already given us versus an additional number. But I can't imagine that our share of this other study will be very much, maybe an additional $2,000 to $5,000. But I think it bodes well for us to start on a plan to move forward with RCAP suggestions.
Yep. So we'll bring back some ideas on April 21st.
So I did have one quick question for Celia in terms of Fund 29 for the franchise fees. Why are we projecting that revenues are going down?
Let me switch over to that page. One moment.
No, from 212 to 201.
That was a number that I determined based on reaching out to the county public works director. So I could reach out again and see if there is any revised projections.
Because we haven't eliminated any housing and we have mandatory service, so I was just curious.
Yeah, it's a percentage. So Upper Valley collects 10% of gross revenues as the franchise fee and then divides it pro rata based on the number of customers in each of the member agencies. The county gets the largest share. They've got the most customers and so on. So those revenues do go up as rates go up. There might be mandatory service in a few of the other cities. Calistoga's considering it right now, for example. So if those revenues increase, it will go up some percentage, and rates will go up over time with CPI and the like. So I think the projection's probably pretty close to what it is.
You get the number from the county, so they do their behind the wall calculations. So we don't really know, but that's their number. Okay, got it. Thanks, Gary.
Okay. I will go ahead with the Communications and Town Clerk Department. Before you is the organizational structure. We have the Communications Director, a shared administrative assistant, Deputy Town Clerk, newly added Deputy Director of Marketing and Economic Development, as well as IT. First is the Town Council and Mayor budget. As Town Manager said, essentially this is a rollover budget. You will see $20,000 allocated here for the strategic planning retreat, which will take place around this time next year. Also notable is the community support includes the $17,000 for the annual boards and commissions dinner. The IT and telecommunications budget is again very similar to past years, with the exception of the $47,000 increase for essential infrastructure upgrades. Community promotion and programs, this is where all the fun lives in this department for the most part, but it's home to our outreach initiatives as well as economic development activations. This is also where the chamber agreement is budgeted, and that has had a reduction of $50,000 this year, so that's why you will see the decrease in the numbers above. You will also see funds budgeted here for the Halloween block party, as well as the Yountville Blue, Green, and Ready initiatives.
Yeah, I want to take the moment, since we do have our president of the chamber in the audience, to explain a little further what's being proposed. This is a a contract renewal year. We had a 3-year contract with the chamber. It has gone down by roughly $50,000. So what we're budgeting for is $300,000. We will have to present that to you. I think our goal is in May, so we want to make sure we're aligned on the budget so that we can present a contract that works. And as it relates to the lighting being the $50,000 reduction, what used to happen is there was a pass-through where the town would give the money to the chamber would then contract for holiday lights. And as part of your strategic plan last year, you identified festive year-round lighting as one of the priorities. So we, as the town, took back the $50,000. They, in essence, gave it back to us, or we didn't invoice for it as part of the current contract. We also then got $25,000 from the local TID, and then we had separate projects for the community center, which was, you saw the lights that were done there as an enhancement, and I believe the commons as well. So there was, in essence, 3 different projects through, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 different funding sources that were able to achieve the lights that you now see year-round. And I think it's important to explain that, because it is confusing, and it sort of is the reason that the reduction of the project. And we've gotten great feedback, at least from the community in general, that the year-round lighting is a success, because not only is it festive, but it also does, in our opinion, provide safety, in terms of pedestrian safety, especially down the Washington Street corridor. It's just much better lit because of, the trees. And I think it was, it was a successful sort of collaboration, I think, with the chamber. So we appreciate getting ahead of that, and I just want to make sure everyone understands what's in the budget. So I'm going to turn, Hillary's got, I think, one more slide.
2 more slides.
Oh, 2 more, sorry.
Here is the town clerk budget. November will be an election, so budgeted amount is here for that. It's based on similar elections in past years, so $48,000 has been included to serve that purpose. With the addition of the Deputy Director of Marketing and Economic Development, there has been an increase in professional development. That lends to the ability to attend trade shows and other seminars that allow us to put Yountville out into the world. PEG, our favorite fund here in the town clerk's office. You will see in previous years the expenditures equals the revenues. Moving forward, we will have the expected revenue equal the expenditure. This allows the town to enhance public access to things like town council meetings and other meeting broadcasts.
And for those not sure what PEG is, it stands for the Public Education and Governmental. It is part of the franchise fee that we get through the cable companies. So we're required to spend that on broadcasting these meetings. So expenditures related to meeting costs are allowed, and other things that help us get the word out to the community, specifically about meetings and other qualified things. It's not a huge number. As you see, it's $15,000, but we do use it for things that you see in this in the chambers and anything else that would aid in our meetings.
So I have a general question, just because technology is changing so much. I mean, with Comcast, I know that's exclusive into Yountville, but does we have a lot of our meetings and a lot of our storage like on the YouTube channel? So are they paying any franchises for any of that? Have that happened with any streaming services yet, or?
Not yet. There's a lot of talk of that, but right now it's part of cable TV franchise fees.
Only.
Yep.
Which could probably go down, but hopefully the streaming.
No, I don't think we're anticipating.
Will go up someday, but.
Yeah, I mean, again, this 15,000 is nothing that's. I wouldn't use that as a long-term funding source. I do think there are issues there, but I just wanted to be clear about it because I do think as we talk about different things to enhance meetings and outreach, this is a source we can use. Okay, one last. And I should probably talk about TID and so you can fill in because most of you know this is a custodial account, which means the town is the custodian of the funds, but we don't control the funds. So you, as a council, don't have discretion over these funds. However, as a town, we have to, act as a fiduciary and so forth. I actually serve with Councilmember McKee. Councilmember McKee is currently the chair of the local TID, or Tourism Improvement District. I am the treasurer, so I'm actually a voting member on that board. It's a 7-member board. There's 4 hoteliers. There's 1 chamber representative, and then there's 2 representatives of the town. They are meeting over the next month to create a budget. We generally present these numbers to them, which are based on the 2% that is charged against our hotels. And when you look at the 2% that is received through the hotels, 75% of that, roughly, goes to the county for Visit Napa Valley, who does regional efforts in terms of what they call DMO, which is a destination marketing organization. And then 25% of that stays local. And so when you look at that 25%, that is what the local TID budgets. And we are going through a process. There's a meeting this week, and then we anticipate the budget meeting to be in May. So there's a little back and forth. But it's a unique funding source, and it is something that we work also closely with the Chamber. And the Chamber does get a majority of the TID funding, which is different than the $300,000 we talked about earlier. Mm-hmm. So I think now we're at questions or comments.
Councilmember McKee.
I am curious where when we talk about strengthening community connection through events, and we have listed the Halloween block party and Yountville Night Out, fan favorites. Where does Mardi Gras fall in line?
Mardi Gras is a combination of some things will be charged to the community promotions, and Celia can speak to how that is allocated.
Parks and Rec community events is a future slide that we will be looking at, and that covers part of the cost as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and as you know, the TID also funds funding.
Right.
$25K of TID money goes into Mardi Gras. And then what we did 2 years ago when we created Mardi Gras is we just shifted Yountville Day's budget to Mardi Gras. So it's always been in the budget, but previously the parade was budgeted, as you all know, in October. We moved it to February. So you'll see that again under half under the Park and Rec budget and partially under the TID budget.
Thank you.
Okay. We shall move on. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here, Natalie. Excuse me. Thank you for being here. I think obviously everyone, you can stay and we can go through it. But I think our intention now would be to, again, on May 5th, when we bring back the budget, is to make sure that, and then we will likely have the TID budget meeting after the May 5th. So we're going to have to make some assumptions, and the TID, again, that is governed separately, will have to, we will always be the custodian and be the fiduciary, so we won't let them spend beyond their means, but there needs to be that back and forth so that we can have those budgets approved within the same time frame. All right, so I think we're going to Aaron. Aaron, are you next with planning and building? And then I know we have our fire department in the back, and I believe you're next, so we should get to you before the lunch hour. Thanks.
Okay, on to planning and building. So there's the current planning and building department structure. Next slide, please. Here are the budget estimates of revenues and expenditures. You'll see here we have the contract services for the building department, including the permit tech, inspections and plan checks. And the contract services budget also includes our share of the town attorney, on-call consultants, $25,000 for the town arborist as required by the municipal code. And then you'll see at the very bottom there's $50,000 for the transition to MCCI that Celia spoke about earlier, that is our change in permitting software. Next slide, please. And here is our housing fund 24, revenues and expenditures. And to date, approximately 42 projects throughout the town have been funded through these programs. And the budgeted $100,000 from the federal home grant revenue expenditure represent the expected amount of grant revenue the town will receive and utilize from the federal home grant. Next slide, please. This is Housing Fund 70, which is essentially the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. There's $15,000 in it for local housing advocates, such as Fair Housing Napa Valley. It also accounts for contract services with the Housing Authority. And it should be noted that a portion of the Housing Authority's fund will come from Measure S, which is the next slide. So Measure S funds, you'll see that we propose to contribute $30,000 from this fund to our agreement with the Housing Authority to help with housing code enforcement issues. And next slide, please. And the impact fee funds, there's no budget for these because they're development dependent, so nothing there. And next slide, I believe that's it for me. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Seeing no questions. Thanks.
Okay, we're moving on to public safety departments, and we'll start with law enforcement through the sheriff. You know, the budget is in line with the previous year, and there's always labor increases related to whatever MOUs and costs are associated. This shows a 8.5% increase, and that's in essence due to staffing costs. Mm-hmm. So the other thing to note is, we do work with them in terms of staffing levels. They are currently, I don't want to say fully staffed, but staffed enough to fully staff our station. There have been times where they have to sort of share regional staffing, and when that does happen, they come and we do get netted out, or it's not really a reimbursement, but we work it out so that, we're trying to, of course, be a regional player. We're lucky and unique, and this goes for fire too, that we're in the heart of the valley. So we tend to get additional staffing just based on our location. But they do, just like fire, have to assign workers to whether it's a station or a firehouse, and that's the money that gets charged. So they're in a good place, but staffing is a big issue throughout law enforcement, for sure. And then,
oh, sorry.
No, that's right. No,
okay.
We're ready to move on. And so then we have, our fire program, and I think that we have both. I have to say it out loud, JC and JR in the back. And we've been working with them. I feel like that relationship is a really good relationship. I want to start by thanking both of you for being proactive and talking about some of the issues that you have regionally so that we can get ahead of them and we don't, I know there was a time before I got here where it was kind of a very quick drill down to a huge impact on our budget. And I think that was when they decided to change staffing levels, and there was a really hard pill to swallow. I think the issue that we are seeing now is that, we're working through staffing. You'll see that there's kind of these increases over the next 2 fiscal years. And I think what we're getting ahead of is some of maybe I want to call it deferred maintenance, but it generally is things like the fleet. And, when you look at the town's share of apparatus costs, or the new ladder truck that just came in, there is similar to what we discussed in terms of cost allocation. They go through a similar formula, and that formula really was outdated. They shared with us all the backup, so we're playing catch up, I think, is probably the right way to put it. I think part of the other thing that gives me confidence that we are working as a fiduciary as well as sort of a good partner, is that there is a three-way partnership here between ourselves, the county, and Calvet. And, not to speak ill will of Sacramento, but I think they're harder to deal with than us. And so they go through a process of having to get Calvet to agree to whatever these cost allocations are, and staffing costs, and overall budget. So there's a lot of detail behind what you're seeing here. JC and JR can answer more detailed questions, but staff is comfortable making this recommendation going forward. Obviously, the budget is balanced, but I do think we need to really be mindful of what these costs are and make sure this relationship we have is open and transparent, and we're working through these issues so we don't have a shock to the budget because we're not talking about it. So again, we can get to more of that. We'll go on. I think that's the last slide, and we're happy to answer any questions. The sheriff is not here. They will. I do know the captain that is designated to us is actually just gone back to Virginia and will be, he's in FBI school for the next few months. So we have a lieutenant that's reassigned for administrative. Sheriff Baumgardner or Sergeant Baumgardner really is not as involved in budgeting. So I can try to answer any questions on the law enforcement side, but we have the pros in the back on the fire side if you have any questions. Thanks. No questions? Oh, wow. You guys you're welcome to stay. You're welcome. You're welcome to go.
You're
okay.
also free to go.
Now we have John Ferns.
Thank you, guys.
Morning, Mayor, Council. John Ferns, your Public Works Director. Just as a reminder, the Public Works Department consists of 3 divisions or departments. The admin department, which occupies the staff here at Town Hall, and then we have our Municipal Operations Division and our Utility Division. So for the purposes of today's discussion, the Utilities Division is funded by Water and Wastewater Enterprises, and so we'll be discussing those at the next meeting. So today's focus is on the divisions that are funded by the General Fund. Next slide, please. So that includes admin and engineering, which is the folks at Town Hall. The Streets Division covers everything that you see when you drive around. The streets, the surface of the streets, the storm drains, the sidewalks, the street signs. Obviously, the Parks Division are the group that's responsible for maintaining our parks. And then the ones that you don't see very often in your travels around town because they're working inside the buildings are our Facilities Division that keep everything going on behalf of the occupants of the building. So next slide, please. The Public Works Admin and Engineering Division plays a vital role in supporting both municipal and utility operations throughout the town. The modest increase that you see here reflects growing service demands while we try to maintain financial responsibility. The big ticket item for this one includes the $15,000 increase in our contribution to the MCCI software, which is intended to improve customer service. And as the permitting portal specific to us, it's tree permits and encroachment permits. And just as a reminder, the Public Works admin staff does work diligently to ensure that all of town's public works operations remain compliant with state and federal regulations, avoiding any violations by the town. Next slide, please. The Streets Division, as we discussed, maintains what you see as you're driving around. The modest increase here is due to equipment maintenance increases in fiscal 27 to address costs in the current economy for anticipated repairs and normal equipment replacement. In fiscal 28, the other supplies and materials increase is due to our every other year planned red curb painting, which we have a contractor come and do the work. Overall, these adjustments ensure we maintain safe, well-functioning streets while maintaining the town's financial resources. Next slide, please. This is probably our most popular department because everybody enjoys our park so much. Again, modest increase just to maintain service levels. Similar to the Streets Department in fiscal 27, there's equipment maintenance increases to address the cost of anticipated repairs and normal equipment wear. And you'll see that same increase in the following year. I do want to remind you that the town also continues to receive revenue from Napa County for our share of the Vine Trail maintenance, which is estimated to be about $13,700 in the first year and $14,100 in the second year, with annual increases tied to CPI. So from the south town limits down by the fire station up to Madison on the Vine Trail, the town maintains that daily, and we empty the trash cans, and then our CIP funds repairs along the way, but we do get reimbursed for our efforts in maintaining the Vine Trail. Next slide, please. Finally, again, this is the group that you don't see very often, but you really appreciate them when the heat is on and the air conditioning is running, depending on the time of year. The HVAC really does reflect the increases. We're struggling with some of the aging HVAC systems in the community center, and so we've got increased maintenance to ensure that it runs, because it is a complicated system. And then we also have an increase for contract services to continue to maintain that system in the geothermal heating and air conditioning services. But overall, these investments help to ensure town facilities remain safe, efficient, and well maintained for you and our residents. And with that, next slide is questions. Oh, sorry, one more. The Talent Lane and Mesa Court Benefit District funds were regionally specific to that part of town for the Talent Lane lane street itself, and then Mesa Court was the storm drain. Both those funds are closed. The money has been spent. Nobody's being assessed for that anymore, and it's just being shown for historical purposes.
So
Now the questions.
when are we seeing the CIP budget? Because we're supposed to pay very close attention to that, so we can keep the rates down. Is that May 21st?
Budget
Yes.
workshop number
You'll see
2.
both the operations and the CIP of utilities on the 21st.
Okay, got it, thanks.
Just to point out before we move on, you may have noticed that the MCCI software is totaling about $115,000. So that will be brought to council at a future meeting for formal approval before it's executed.
Okay. And then we did receive $250,000 from the federal government. Thank you, Mike Thompson, for some microgrid funds. So those will come to us after we develop a system and spend the money. Is that how those are going to work?
We are sort of hunting down exactly whether it's a reimbursement program or whether or not it's a check they write us in real instead of the big check. So I think that's.
It was awarded, but we are expecting to receive it in next fiscal year. So you'll see that in the Fund 50 capital projects budget as a revenue.
Okay, that's where it's going to go. All right.
Yeah, we'll go. And I was just, I don't want to I want to manage expectations. A microgrid is a big thing. I think the starting point of it is what we referred to in our strategic plan as a virtual power node. I don't want to get nerdy and explain all of that, but we are looking to probably do one. We think we can do one, which is solar with battery backup, and then the backup to the backup is always the diesel generator. Is you really need them all to create that virtual power node, and then once you create the node, you can build a grid. But I don't want people to think $250,000 all of a sudden we're going to be energy resilient in this town. But it will be a start, and I think an important start. And we'll decide whether we do it here or over the community center. We have capability to really do it in either spot. So that'll come in more detail, hopefully on the 21st, as we sort through it. Okay, so as you mentioned, John will be the star of the show in 2 weeks, along with Rosalba. We want to make sure, and if there are questions leading up to that meeting about specific projects that are on your current CIP, I encourage everyone to really look. The current CIP that, I almost spilled my water on the budget book. So the current budget book, okay, that was adopted 2 years ago, the CIP in here is very much relevant because when you look through it, you can see projects, some of which have been completed, some of which have not. So we will be sure to, present all of that information. But if there are specific projects you want updates on, we did get direction from council members at the kickoff in February to look at both, sustainability measures, EV chargers. I'll just sort of put that in a broad category, and then some safety improvements at the South Gateway of town. So we are looking at those. And I don't want to ask you for new stuff because we're working hard just to get to the 21st, but I want you to look at the old stuff, and if there are things you need to see, because sometimes it's hard. Picture says 1,000 words. Picture tells 1,000. What did I get there? Anyway, thank you. The point is we have a lot on our CIP. If you need things, and you can talk to me and John so that we can present those in a way that guides your decision making, or at least the direction that you're going to give us on the 21st. Because again, our goal is on May 5th to come back with a budget for adoption. So happy to talk to you about it more offline during briefings, but I think look at the old CIP, I guess is my point, because that is available today. You don't need to wait for a staff report to look at that. Thank you. Moving on to Park and Rec.
Okay, so I will go ahead and present these on behalf of Sam, even though I will not do her justice. But here is the structure of their department. They do have quite a few seasonal and temporary part-time workers to help in this department. And just like Public Works, they do provide a snapshot overview of all their revenues, and you can see the increases and some quite a few increase, especially community events and community center. I believe the community center revenue is due to some Schmidt Hall revenue for rentals of that area, and Garrett can chime in if he has more to say on that. They also show the changes in expenses. So the biggest one, of course, is day camp, and that is mostly due to increased attendees. So I think they went from 50 to 80 campers, and along with that comes more expenses for staffing and other expenditures for the campers, but also increased revenues. So when you see this slide, you'll see that day camp is fairly close to cost recovery. This is the general administration and services. No major changes to this budget. The increases are mostly driven by part-time salary increases and full-time COLA as of July 1. Just talked about day camp a little bit. Let's see, I'm just reading through her bullet points a little more. The bus cost, I believe, was one of the bigger increases to safely get the camp attendees to and from the Calistoga pool or any field trips they may go on. Community center operations, this budget also includes Schmidt Hall, and there's an increase for materials based on more utilization of Schmidt Hall. This also includes utilities for Schmidt Hall, the water, sewer, and the gas and electric. Leisure programs increased to contractor instructor expenses due to expansion of programming, and a decrease in contract services for reduced need for excursion buses. Sports program is a pretty small budget, and it looks pretty much roll forward with a few increases, probably mostly driven again by salary costs. Community events and programs, this is the budget that we spoke about earlier that does help fund the Mardi Gras parade, and this is the department that receives the $25,000 contribution from the TID. And lastly, Yountville Arts. Let's see, this is general fund supported, so there is a bit of a subsidy here. We do not budget for revenue or expenses for artwork sold. When artwork is sold, the town does keep a portion, and then commission is forwarded to the artists themselves. And there is an increase in part-time staffing to keep the gallery open Saturdays 11 to 4 year-round. The Art Walk fee, this is a fee that is charged on commercial building permits. We do estimate a small amount of revenue coming from building permits into this fund, but it also receives a contribution from the TID of $10,000 a year. And I believe in the second year, 27-28, the general fund will also contribute $13,000 towards maintaining the art walk. And with that, we have questions and anything else Taylor or Garrett would like to add.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions. First, so the Fund 29, so this is how much you're budgeting for the years, but what's the total amount in that fund?
Fund 29, the Upper Valley Disposal, or Fund
23?
Fund 23.
The public art walks.
Flip over to that. So on the very back page of that section, you will see the ending fund balance at the end of this fiscal year. We're estimated to be about $36,000.
Okay.
That does go down in future years slightly as we use up that fund balance.
Okay.
We have also used one-time and ongoing funds from the TID to support the art walk.
Okay. So if we ever have issues, that's another possible source. Yeah.
We've used, I think, but I'd have to look back. I know that we use one-time funds. We recently did whatever we did to the cowboy, I shouldn't say, the sidewalk judge and the chaos. We polished them and refurbished them. So that came through one-time funds. And I'd have to look at the past budgets. I do feel like Art Walk has some ongoing funding that has
Correct.
come through the TID as well.
I believe Sam said they committed to a
Yeah.
$10,000 contribution.
Well, and I think the issue, as you know, is impact fees are very variable. And so, if we don't have impact fees because we don't have commercial permitting fees, then we have to figure out how to backfill that. I think it's been a good program. Everyone loves it. I think we have options. So I feel like these are always guesses when we do projections on fees, but we do have some projects that are coming in. So I'm looking at Aaron. I know it's always like we have to issue the permit, but I think like there is some commercial activity in town. So we feel like this is a good number.
Okay, thanks. And my other question has to do with 4th of July. It's the United States 250th anniversary this year. So I have a lot of questions I get from the veterans. They're very interested in perhaps having maybe a big parade. They've identified somebody who collects a lot of old, military vehicles of various kinds, and they might loan them out. They might charge a small fee. I know we kind of brought it up a little bit, I think maybe last year, about, thinking about something. So is that anything that
I'm going to ask Garrett.
we need to
Come to the
perhaps
mic.
budget for, or it's like another parade? Is that like...
Do you know, Garrett, like when we talk about the actual parade portion of Mardi Gras or Yountville Days, how much we put into the town budget for those costs?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to talk to Sam.
I think it's roughly $25,000 because as I remember, and this depends, of course, on a lot of factors in terms of, the staff costs. But I generally remember Sam and I talking about, the $25K coming from the TID and then $25 coming from the town to put on Mardi Gras. So I think that's an assumption. So what we would need to hear from you today as a consensus of the group that you would want us to include an additional $25,000 in this budget to consider something similar to a parade. So that would be the direction we would seek today so that we could come back on May 5th and put that in the budget. This is the first I've heard of that. I do wish Sam was here, but I think, and Taylor, I don't know if you have, Celia's raising her hand, so go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, I do see in the community events budget that there is about $7,500 budgeted for 4th of July.
Yeah, that's our typical 4th of July
Right.
picnic,
That would
music
be
festival.
The music in the park that's associated with the 4th of July celebration. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I really don't know. We'd have to probably get organized. I guess that's something, for the council. Do we want to put a little in for a placeholder now? If we don't need it, we can
Well, I would
adjust
tell you-
later. But
if you want to wait 5 minutes to think about it, we have one last slide. If we can get through any other questions related
Okay.
to Park and Rec.
Okay.
Yeah, we have closing comments, next steps, any public comment, and then we need direction
Okay.
from you.
Okay,
So
we'll
if you want to provide that
hold
direction
that,
at the end, and
see what the council thinks
we can talk
at that
about it.
point. But
Sounds good.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
And Mayor, we do have a raised hand from Councilmember Tripp for this section.
Yeah. Councilmember Tripp, question?
Councilmember Tripp, you are still muted.
I did have a question about the July 4th, but it sounds like we're going to talk about that in a few minutes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll save my question, and if you could just, I'll raise my hand again. Thank you.
Okay, so closing comments and next steps. We've talked about the next workshop, same time, 2 weeks from today. We can also get into, we feel like our fiscal policies are solid, but we always want to give you the opportunity to look at them and talk about reserves and other things that are in the front of the budget book. So I would ask you all over the next 2 weeks, grab the existing budget book, make sure you're looking at that. We talked about the capital projects. We have now these repair and replacement funds, which is definitely an improvement in terms of the stability of budgeting for things that require those types of ongoing needs. Enterprise funds is a huge part of the conversation. I want everyone, I know the rate, the people that worry about rates only come out when the rate public hearing is usually here, and that's probably a year and a half away. I think I have to look at the full schedule. It's down the road, but this meeting will have a big impact on that. So we've been thoughtful for actually. I want to say for the last 2 years, I've been talking with Public Works about the need to get ahead of the rate study, because if you get to the point and you don't have that thought process, it can backfire. So I feel like I want everyone to think about it. I do think we're in a really strong place. This does get into our relationship with Calvet, as we all know, as we work through the agreement with Rector and so forth. We can follow up, of course, on anything we hear today in terms of direction. So anything that you talk about, we want to sort of wind down the general fund. We'll talk about 5-year forecast with the goal of presenting a budget for adoption on May 5th, and that would be part of the regular meeting. That wouldn't be in a workshop form. So that's it. We can now take any public comment and then direction from the council. Thank you. And thank you, Celia.
So I have one more question. We survived the pretty big hit from, police and fire contracts going up, and I think we're good until 2028. But do we have any thought, or are there anything that we know of that's available, like, the Fund 150s or 151s, that, we could possibly consider putting some stabilization money away, if you will, in case we get some. That was a pretty big hit we took, when that happened. Is that something that makes any sense at all to really kind of try to?
It's hard to create reserves for contracts. Obviously, you do it for pension, but that's such a different animal. I think it's back to just making sure we're having good communication. We're getting ahead of it. I think. We have, again, the mid-cycle, the off-cycle. If those things are coming forward, and that's what we had a long conversation this year with fire. I don't see staffing changes coming anytime soon. I think they're where they need to be from a staffing perspective, and that's the biggest thing. How they manage their increases, that's something we always have to be prepared for, but it's never going to be like above 5%, at least in my opinion. I hate to say it, be careful saying that. But I do think, like, if they're putting a third person on the rig, which is what they did, if they go to 4 on the rig, then we got to have a conversation.
Because they did mention that as a possibility.
Yeah, I don't see it happening based on the conversations we're having, at least in a 5-year window. We live in sort of 5-year horizons. Things could change. But I think there's, I think the conversations we're having with public safety, to me, are transparent and very forward thinking. So I don't think a reserve to offset that would make sense. I do think having, again, transparency and thinking ahead, and us coming to you, whenever we see something, I think is the prudent course of action.
Okay. Councilmember Tripp?
Do you want to take public comment real quick to see if
I was just going to see if, do you have any final
wants to say
questions?
anything?
Councilmember Tripp, final
Sorry.
questions.
Very quick. On the 4th of July, and this is just personal opinion.
Well, can you hold it? We're just doing just questions right now. Then we'll come back for our deliberations after I go to public comment.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
The town attorney just whispered something really intelligent in my ear. And I think you can consider and give us direction to look at fire impact fees.
Okay.
And so impact fees are always something council has discretion on. So that's not a reserve, but that does become a funding source that's can be looked at different ways. So that is something you could consider and give us direction to.
Are there things like police and fire impact fees?
Impact fees can be for anything that is associated with growth.
Okay. All right.
That's the way I think about it. Is that a fair way to say it?
Right, thanks for that.
Yeah. So, and that could be a conversation. That does require a study. I will tell you those studies, I would budget $100,000 in 6 months to come back with an impact fee study that allows you to get the, whatever they call this, the 218 or.
Yeah, it's a nexus study similar to your recent impact fee update that supports the amount of the fee based on the proportional impact from particular types of development. And so it might be an update to your most recent fee because it's only been, and Celia will correct me, I think it's only been 2 years or maybe 3 since those fees were updated. So there's a relatively updated study that we might be able to tack on to.
That was going to be my question. What can we get for free from the staff?
Just you can get what you're getting right now.
Explain what they are,
and but I do think people will.
Yeah, go ahead.
People will, and I actually think since you're bringing this up, I've talked to Aaron Heacock. We did an analysis regionally of what the permit fees and the impact fees are. I think this is something we have to share with the community once it's like right, and we talked about maybe in June or July. But it's kind of like, oh, we're high here, we're low here. There's a lot of variety in that. So I think you have to look at, what I would consider, our what do you call our comparable cities? That's what we call this set that we look at, because you don't want to be too high, because then you get into like the housing debate. Oh, you're thwarting housing because fees are too high, et cetera. But I do think when you think about things like fire safety, obviously, there's a huge issue there that we need to maintain. And I think you probably know there's a lot of discussion about things going on the ballot that relate to fire prevention and wildfire. So that's a huge conversation. So I don't think we're going to give you anything for free other than if you wanted us to do an impact fee analysis. We can come back to you with the current state of affairs in terms of how we look relative to our comparable cities. And you could direct us to do that at this time. I think it's too quick for me to say, yeah, put some $100,000 in the budget right now, do an impact fee study. I think you really need to think about it a lot more, and we can try to bring something back in June or July, because we actually gathered some pretty good data, and I wanted that to be more for our knowledge. But once we sharpen it up, we can provide it to the community, and you can give us direction at that time.
Council Member Reeves. Yeah, sorry. I didn't see your button. I was looking for your button and your mic. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Along that line, I would like also, if we direct you to do that, bring that back, I'd like to know what an appropriate fee might be. It seems to me that our impact fees are quite low, and how much money we could generate into a fund like that dependent on the kinds of land that we have left to develop might not actually reap much in that fund. So I certainly wouldn't want to do the $100,000 study, but maybe just say where we are in the county. and cities like us.
Yeah. Well, we'll start there. We'll schedule, once we get through budgeting, a report so you can see where we stand. We can try to look at projections related to, growth models. Not to be smug, but, when I hear appropriate fee, it's sort of like hearing appropriate tax. Like, this becomes fighting words for some. And I do think we don't have a lot of room for growth. And these are one-time revenues, and they are intended to address growth. So I've seen them historically used for things like buying a ladder truck. That's a great use for impact fees because it gives you additional capacity because, maybe you've grown in different ways. So it could be, if we had a good conversation with fire about like how do we align one-time costs with an impact fee that makes sense so that we can offset some of the unexpected costs. I think that's a good conversation. So we'll do some work and try to bring that back in the summer. Okay.
Just one last comment on that, because I remember years ago we knew that a new fire truck, we were going to have to pay for a new fire truck. So we kind of put some money away in previous years. So when that amount of money we had to come up with came, we didn't take a big hit at one time. So anyway, just the last.
Well, and that's what the fire department's trying to rectify with their new cost allocation plan.
Right.
So, but no, that's exactly a reason that you would establish an impact fee or a reserve. I mean, they can serve the same purpose.
More on that
okay.
later.
Any other questions?
Councilmember Tripp, you have a question?
I think she's
I
waiting.
do, and it's not about the 4th of July. I just want to clarify what the town manager said. I think what he said was you have done some internal work comparing our impact fees to our, not competitors, but our comparable town set. Did I get that right?
We have not just impact fees, but just generally, development services fees, which includes permitting, et cetera.
Right. And you were speaking about sharing it with the community. I would very much like to see, as a council, some of that, because that's a good preliminary to whether we want to spend the $100,000 to do further detail. So would that be coming up soon, or when would you think we could see that?
Aaron and I looked. This needs some work. So I said summer. Okay. So I think I can commit to summer, which is July, ish.
Okay. No, I just wanted to be sure I understood. I thought that's what you said, but okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have something.
Could I
Good information.
address Councilmember Tripp's question from before about the number of retirees? The town currently has 24 town retirees who are receiving retiree medical.
Thank you for that information.
So may I speak, Mayor, or am I out of order?
No, you can speak.
So the I'm just estimating 7 such million in the trust right now is to provide those future benefits for those 24 retirees. Is that correct?
It's to cover the town's total liability. So it's to cover the current and future.
Okay, so people who might be working for the town now that are at some point possibly going to qualify for that medical benefit.
Correct.
Okay, because I just point that out because it's just a good number to think about in terms of what an expensive benefit it is that we put aside so much money for a relatively few number of people. It's a great benefit, no argument with that. And one more final thing, and I think I said this before and then I'll stop. I have never or would never suggest taking any benefit away from somebody who came to the town with the understanding that they would have that benefit. I don't know that we could legally do that, and I don't feel that that would be ethically appropriate. So, and then the other thing is I think the town manager in the past has mentioned this issue can't be addressed until we reach a contract stage with one of the groups. So maybe town manager, you could just remind me when that would be.
That is next year as well. I think the MOUs are through June of 27.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. 4th of July.
Public comment?
Public comment. Nope.
Alan
already gave me
Did you want to say anything, Allie?
Not interested.
Fourth of July. Oh,
Oh, we're having one public comment, Councilmember Tripp. She's moving slow, but she's getting the mic.
I'm getting there. I just wanted to say, Natalie, with the Chamber, I just, less of a comment and more of an expression of gratitude for the continued partnership. I know this is 33 years that the Chamber has officially been a partner with the town of Yountville, and since I've arrived to this role a year ago, I've had really wonderful conversations with many of you, or all of you, and town staff included, on how we can work together to continue to shine a light on Yountville and encourage people to come here to stay for hopefully overnights as well. So looking forward to the future. And thank you again for the continued partnership.
Okay, thanks.
We're ready. I was just.
Okay, getting back. Okay, so that's what we're looking for right now to gauge council interest in putting some money, extra money away above the 7,500 for something that might happen, especially for the big anniversary we have, and some expressed interest. You know, nothing precise, just conversations right now from the Veterans Home. So, anybody want
just to add, or just to offer something which, you know, we'd like direction, but I do think after conferencing, we really want Samantha in the room to talk about numbers. So if there's ideas like a parade, you know, things that you want to share, you know, what I'll do, you know, is make sure Samantha, and we can talk about that on the 21st. Like, we don't have to wait for the 5th, since you're asking us this question. I just, you know, everything has a price. I just think without Samantha in the room, I don't want to be talking numbers. Okay. But ideas are great. So if you want to talk about them, let's talk about it.
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, support, maybe, you know, a ceiling or something, you know, I don't know. Anyway, anything you want to say. Would you like to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
I'd be curious to kind of look to see what other municipalities here in the Valley are doing as we're considering it. And of course, we do have the Veterans Home, so it would be very appropriate to do something here. But if Calistoga or Napa, for example, already have a huge head start and a budget ready to go, so it might be good to plan in looking at what we can do in tandem. And because so many of the veterans aren't able to get down here to a parade, it seems like doing something on their side of town, on the loop there for the entrance, having military vehicles or something brought in so they all have the benefit of partaking. So I don't know what kind of costs that would be, but I think the party should be on their side of town.
We'll just go right. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I agree too. I mean, I think typically Calistoga and Napa have 4th of July parades, but you know, years ago our Yountville Days parade started at the Vets Home and then went to North Park. I'm just open to encourage Parks and Rec and Samantha to consider maybe working with the Veterans Home. Maybe we could do a parade that started at the Vets Home and ended at Veterans Park, and have entertainment there, and so that folks up there that maybe aren't as mobile can enjoy it and view it, and then end at the Veterans Park and continue the celebration that day here in town.
Yeah, I agree with Eric's idea. I think I've heard comments, many comments actually, from veterans who pine for what used to happen, which includes fireworks, which we are not going to probably broach that subject, but just more action and activity that includes them for the 4th of July. And I think some kind of cooperation with the administration at the Veterans Home to, you know, augment what's happening there and bring it to the Veterans Park at the same time, since we're already doing something there, just bump it up a notch, might be, you know, less expensive than the full $25,000 for a full-blown parade down our street, our main street. And I think we all kind of miss a 4th of July celebration. It's different than picnic. So I think for it is appropriate to think about something special for the 250 anniversary. So I think I'd like to talk further about that when it's appropriate or when Samantha is in the room.
I was just told, and I think you know this, but we do already have budget and, for a band and all the stuff we do on the 4th of July. So I think the idea of, having a parade that leads down to that, I think it's something that Sam can probably work out relatively. I think a lot of the costs that I know that we incur with Mardi Gras, such as the band and the stage and the things that, I think. So we'll have to figure that out, but I think that's probably a really good idea and we would do it on the 4th of July. So that's Saturday this year, just so we know. I know it'll be a big day. So I think that's an easy number. And I think the issue that I'll have to sort of work through, but might be useful for you all to help that go up there and is the partnership with Calvet. Because, that's where it gets tricky. Like, how do you start? Where do you start? How do you work out those logistics? And that's, as you know, not our jurisdiction. So if there's a way to, through the council to facilitate that question, I think we can get to something.
Well, there was even one particular veteran who was talking to me. He, kind of self-organized. He says 86 different veterans who actually came down and, with either walking, but, for the Mardi Gras parade, they had costumes, they decorated, golf carts. So, it seems to be kind of a new life up there with certain groups who really want to kind of be involved and do something. So, I think we need to, reach out to them in addition to Calvet, but that's why they were interested in kind of coming down here and getting involved.
Just curious, and Sam may know, I'm sorry, but where did it start when it did start up at the Veterans Home? Where was the starting point?
The hospital.
Yeah, the hospital.
Over by the hospital.
Holderman,
okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a couple more comments here. Councilmember Tripp?
I kind of agree with what everybody said. I thought the 4th of July in the past was pretty nice at the park, and perhaps expanding that somewhat to be a little bit larger recognition would make a lot of sense. Calistoga does have a pretty vibrant 4th of July parade, which a lot of Yountville people go to, as does Napa. I think I'm a little worried. Everybody loves a parade, but Yountville has taken the smart strategy of having some kind of Yountville unique parade days, like the Mardi Gras and what used to be Yountville days. And so that's smart, I think, to have parades on days in our own brand of parade, for lack of a better way to say that. And I'm also kind of worried about totally wearing out our staff. The parades are a particularly big enterprise with, as all of you guys know better than me, lining everybody up. And it is the 4th of July. It's the middle of summer. So I would just, we have such a hardworking staff, but to do the whole 9-yard parade, that's a big undertaking. So I would think maybe something a little more focused and would make sense. So that's just my 2 cents.
Councilmember McKee.
I have noticed, I haven't been there, but I've noticed an American Armory Museum in Fairfield that's just off the highway. I don't know if it would be possible to reach out to them to bring in some actual vehicles. So maybe instead of an actual parade, it could be vehicles on parade for anybody to station themselves around the Vets Home, and then, of course, at the Veterans Park. And then we do have a lot of, not talking about myself, but thinking of Mary Spalding, other people in town, we have enough talent to do a brief kind of USO type tribute and to bring in the nostalgia. So.
I really like that idea too, because Travis Air Force Base, they reach out to me and they do a lot of stuff with the Veterans Home. So, and they've got a big band and stuff. So, something, I think it's, if we do a parade, it's going to be for, the 250th anniversary. It's not like an ongoing thing. So it might be, this might just be something.
Even if they bring
one-off,
some flatbeds with equipment on them. So it's not the traditional parade, but it's vehicles on tour, right, and promoting them, this museum as well.
Right.
So.
Anyway, so lots of ideas to kind of think about for a very special occasion. So with that, any other direction that we want to give staff? Seeing none, any last words before we adjourn?
No, thank you. Again, thanks to the staff, particularly finance. Please do your homework, starting now for the 21st. And
so we're going to be adjourning first to 2:30, where we're going to, out front of Town Hall, raise the flag for, which flag are we raising this
Earth
time?
Day.
Earth Day, that's right. And with Earth Day comes a lot of Shredded Day and cleanup days and a lot of Earth Day activities. So it's the beginning of Earth Day activities. So that'll be at 2:30, and then our regular town council meeting at 3 o'clock. So that's a wrap for our workshop number 1. So thank you very much.